And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cloister of the Dice. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and somebody just hit the dice.
Yep.
Ah, I see. And with me I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 good brothers. Ha 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 ha. We have the man who has been trying to get me to return to monkey. It's not happening. Good brother Deja Vu.
Hello, I'm Deja.
We have making his return to the monastery, and the guy who I keep shilling Legend Edition every Saturday. Good brother Dart again.
Hello there.
We have the man who is the third biggest punster in the temple. Good brother Doc. You alive?
Who, me?
That's you.
Well, I wasn't sure if you were referring to someone else because I thought I was the first. Or it could have been that I was the third one to join. Or you could be referring to my size.
There's a lot of competition over who does the worst puns in the monastery. And
But you didn't say worst, you said biggest.
Yeah. Which can also be worse puns depending on your interpretation. But we have the man voted most likely to be sent to the water dimension. Good brother Amov.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's me. Or yeeted.
And our sleeping dragon in the corner. Good brother Woomy.
That's me.
So
That's all, folks.
Thanks for coming.
You're despicable.
yeah, that's why I'm banned from Starbucks. Well, other reasons beyond that, but that's another story. One I've told elsewhere. But
They tell me I'm not allowed there because I keep spraying and not saying it.
But we are back once again with a new crop of adventurers to see whether or not they can make the cut for one of the more prestigious adventuring academies in this world. So, with all of that said, let me take the time to set the stage for you all. This story begins in a land known as Gaia. One where adventuring is not just a thing that crazies do, but because of the unstable nature of the world, it is a full-on profession that's been around for centuries. And with adventuring as a profession, naturally, there are schools to help teach people this. The oldest and most famous school is Agito Arcanum, one that's been around for at least 300 years. Even with the technological revolution, thanks to the advent of Aether Tech, adventurers are still needed when it comes to the more untamed parts of the world, as well as the strange dungeons that occasionally show up in unclaimed territories. The five of you have all gone through at least one feeder school, leading you up to this. The annual selection trial for Agito Arcanum. This is a practice that has been held for the longest time, where if you manage to pass their particular trial, which the parameters change every year, you will be enrolled in the academy. If you fail, you will not be able to try again for 1 calendar year. So, no pressure.
Just like real life.
So, we go a little bit closer into one of the many train stations that goes in and out of the school, as you all are setting up single file at a particular kiosk that is meant for prospect students. And the lady at the ticket counter is looks to be an Elzon woman who's been around for quite a while, even by the standards of Elzon. As the line gets closer and closer to your position, first, Moglio hears a loud booming "Next!" from the ticket woman.
Oh, here.
So, describe to me what Moglio looks like as you approach.
Well, he's a little bit hard to see over the counter at first, besides the palm. He's relatively average-sized Moogle, which isn't saying a lot height-wise. Wearing an outfit that he has acquired from various pieces over the last year. He kind of just wears whatever seems to inspire him the most. So right now that's a pink overcoat. He has a green striped undershirt. Obviously the most descriptive thing of him that people pay attention to the most would be his red palm, but that seems to be something that he's getting used to, not being around other Moogles as much.
Though, you can fly, can't you? You're still a Moogle.
That's true. Sometimes he forgets that. So many people around him don't fly, he's been trying to fit in a little bit. But he floats up to the counter, remembering that.
She looks right at you and just says, "Ticket."
Ah, yes. He rifles around in his belongings, trying to remember exactly where he put his ticket. Finds it and hands it over to her.
Moglio, huh? Or is it Mogilo?
That's Nope, Moglio. That's how you say it.
Very well.
Thanks for asking.
You're certainly not the first Moogle to enroll. But says here you're from the caravans. What made you take up adventuring?
Well, there weren't a lot of adventurers coming through the caravans, but when they did, they always had the most exciting stories. You know, we had a lot of, anytime that we needed help with certain things, it was always adventurers that came to help us out if we were stuck somewhere or anything like that. I figured it was a good plan to get maybe my foot in the door. That way we don't have to, if I'm with the group and then we don't have to pay as much on adventuring fees because we already got an adventurer with us. I'm so smart.
Very well. She punches the ticket, hands it to you, and just says, "Third platform on the left. Best of luck."
Thank you. He does a couple of quick claps and heads on his way.
Yep. So, as soon as you're past the counter, you immediately hear her yell, "Next!" as Khotun steps forward.
Steps forward with a large thud with his heavy armor, providing a lot of the noise associated with his bulk.
She looked up at you and says, "Ticket."
He rifles around through his belt, produces the ticket, and lays it down on the counter with a heavy thud.
All right. Says you're from Godai. Is fighting a family trade for you?
Let me put it this way. Do you fear death?
I'm smart enough not to answer that. She punches the ticket, hands it off, says, "Third platform to the left."
Yes, I see.
Thank you.
And thank you for the resub, Riona. God damn it, Riona. Anyway, as Khotun leaves, the ticket lady says, "Next!" once again, as Ekashiba steps forth.
Alright. Akshiba is a Varg. He's sporting a simple gi on top of a tribal jacket of his family. The tribal jacket looks like it's been recently reinforced with boiled plates, studded with metal studs in them, and he already has his ticket ready to go. And he walks up, hands the ticket up to the lady.
She takes the ticket. Punches it. It's not often we see someone from one of the tribes.
Yeah, well, here I am. My tribe just unfortunately needed somebody who can get a far more steady job to cover a lot of the expenses. We don't just live off the land.
Mm-hmm. Very well. Third platform on the left. She hands the ticket back to you.
I take it, but he takes it back and heads over the platform.
Yep.
But right before he leaves, he just gives a quick little head bow in respect.
She acknowledges it briefly, then says, "Next!" as Aurelian steps forward.
So Aurelian approaches. He's quite heavily armored, and he's ruffling around in his bag before he grabs the ticket and produces it to her.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She takes the ticket, looks at it for a bit. Just go. She looks at the chocobo with you. And he says, chocobo can come with you, but he's not going to be able to sit next to you on the train. Is that all right with you?
That's fine, as long as I can give him some snacks to keep him happy.
That'll be fine. She punches the ticket, hands it back, says, "Third platform on the left."
Good blessings to you.
And then he wanders off back to the platform.
And then you hear her say "next" once again as Ben steps forward.
A tall Viera in dark, loose clothing, with a small, glowing blue creature on his shoulder, walks over to the counter. Hello there.
Hello. Ticket.
The aforementioned blue creature has the ticket in its mouth and jumps onto the counter and holds it out for her.
She takes it, ruffling the thing's hair for a second before he jumps back onto your shoulder. She looks at the ticket. We don't see a whole lot of male Viera, which she's not trying to be offensive or anything like that. It's just a observation. What made you want to venture out of the woods to become an adventurer?
I needed a change of scenery.
I can understand that. She punches the ticket, hands it back. Third platform on the left. Best of luck.
I hand it back to my carbuncle and head off in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So, as you all arrive at the platform that was mentioned, you do see a variety of races and backgrounds who are of the same relative age as you all and are all trying to be adventurers themselves. Some people from more familiar areas. You do see some dwarves. You see other Elvan. Some androids. Even a few folk who, by their appearance, look like they're from the New Continent. Which meant they must have crossed the Great Sea in order to get here. After all, this is a academy that's been around for centuries and has a great deal of prestige, taking up students from quite literally all over the world. And eventually you hear a bell indicating the train's upcoming arrival. From the exterior, it has the sound of any Aethertech powered train. And those of you who do have magical abilities will notice that it does have a significant amount of magic power within its engine. However, the train looks less like your standard passenger or cargo train and looks more like a train that would be used for VIPs. The craftsmanship of the train is one that's definitely something that doesn't come cheap, just from the outside appearances of it. But as you observe it, you do see someone come out of the door saying, "All aboard for Agito Arcanum. Prospects, your ticket will have your assigned cabins." But you do start to see people file in, and of course, if you look on your ticket, the one thing you'll notice is the 5 of you were all assigned to the same cabin, so it looks like cabins are assigned in groups. but the interior of the train has that same level of high quality, as if even something like this is not skimped on. It looks a hell of a lot better than the train you used to get to this station.
Well, at least this trip won't be a drag.
With multiple people.
As Moglio's going, he's just idly running his hands along different surfaces, kind of feeling the quality of them compared to the things his caravans had.
Agito would he gets on board, but he kind of glances back and looks a little longingly behind him, but just quickly puts his head forward and heads into the cab.
Eventually, you all end up arriving within your cabin, which the interior of the place, aside from the lamps that are powered by either tech crystals, it looks more like a hotel room than a typical train cabin. But with the chairs, the seating, a few rows of books, as well as the beds. It's certainly a unique kind of train, and seems to carry that same vibe of this school does not skimp on anything.
Market is sturdy. Suppose they expect many people of different weight classes to join.
Shortly after you get settled into your cab, the train begins to depart. A thing you all notice is, even though you did feel the slight jerk of movement at first, you don't feel the usual rattling that you would expect from a train in motion. And you can certainly hear the train moving along the tracks, but you don't feel any of the rattling or the swaying or the like that you would normally feel.
You, Google, stick your head outside the window. Make sure we're moving.
I'm pretty sure he'll get sucked out if he does that.
And your point is what exactly?
I don't
He
even
also-
feel.
If he needs to go where we're going, I don't think it's going to be very prudent for him to get sucked out.
But a quick sliding of one of the windows shows you guys are in motion. You've already left the station.
Oh, I can't even see it anymore.
How do you see with your eyes closed like that all the time?
Not my eyes. I don't know, magic, I suppose?
Don't you know, Moogle eyes are clearly actually just the shape of what looks like closed eyes to other people. It's biological oddity.
Definitely a lot more comfortable than a train I'd go on.
But after a bit, you do hear an announcement over the PA. Greetings, prospective students of Agito Arcanum. This is your conductor speaking. Thank you for volunteering to venture on the selection trial. We should be arriving at the school in a few hours. feel free to walk about the cabins. If you need to visit the cargo hold, the way will be provided, and be sure to stop by the train's cafe if you so choose. Our chef is working on lunches right about now. Have a nice day, and best of luck in the trial.
Ooh, lunch.
Ooh, yeah, I was gonna say. See what they got.
And
It-
before anyone says anything, yes, within this kind of setting, because androids are powered by magic like so much of the other tech, and because of the way Aether works in this setting, androids can eat just as much as any flesh and blood race.
Perfect.
Essentially, the matter is the food that they eat is converted into Aether within them.
Efficient, I like it.
But the cabin carries that same high quality setup. It looks more like a proper restaurant setup, as opposed to looking like a mess hall or something like that. You do see a sign noting the special for the day, which is behemoth flank steak, and along with either grilled cactuar or grilled ochu tentacle.
You never got to have any of this stuff. What even is this?
Well, Chloe says it right there. It's behemoth flank and grilled cactuar and something tentacle.
Guess I'll just have to try all of it.
Mm-hmm. As you do approach, you see that this is one of those presentation kind of cook setup. If you've been to out of character, if you've been to a hibachi place, you know how this goes. The cook is a very sturdy looking Rogadan man with who, including the height from his chef hat, it looks like he's touching the ceiling.
That cannot be practical.
He's a big guy, and as you'll approach, he goes, "Y'all having the special for today?"
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
Bless you.
You guys going for cactuar or ochu?
Ochu.
I'm feeling Ochu.
I'll try the cactuar if anybody wants to trade me a couple bites of ochu.
I'll take the cactuar too.
I'll do the ochu.
All right.
Something doesn't sit right about eating those dancing guys.
All right. Let me get on that. You see him start to cook right in front of you guys, even improvising a fire spell in order to get the heat. So that's how you get your fireball moment with this kind of thing. The immediate area is filled with the smells and sounds of his particular cooking, and it's clear that he is very professional about his cooking style. It's also clear that he's given a bit of leeway to interpret each meal to tweak things around based on who's cooking or who he's cooking for. but eventually eventually you do see the plate set up, and he's made sure to make each plate look nice, but also smell nice. It's it's clear he takes cooking takes cooking and giving every adventurer a proper meal very seriously. Here you are, folks. Hope you enjoy it, and best of luck in the trials.
Thank you.
Luck is the tool of cowards.
Lunch.
Aurelian just kind of nods and digs in.
So,
Thank you.
as you dig in at a nearby table, you do see a lot of the other prospects digging in themselves. If you wish to try and overhear what some people are saying, that is going to be a let's go with a presence check.
Yeah.
Presents.
Yep.
And that is a 20 plus the presence modifier.
Mm-hmm.
That value.
Yeah. There
Oh.
should be a shortcut button for the skills on your sheet.
Yeah,
Yep.
I see the attributes and abilities there.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Or maybe I see it. I don't.
What do these bunny ears hear?
Right. You do hear a few things. One of them, the fact that a big part of why the school can afford such is that they have backing from pretty much their major neighbors within the old continent, because it's in everybody's best interest that the school act as a buffer zone between them. And while they get assistance from pretty much any nation, the big three that are their neighbors are to the north, the Principality of Garlia, the guys who seem to have more money than sense, and to the southeast and southwest, the Godai Empire and the Velho Thaumatocracy. The latter doesn't have as much political pull as they did in the past. But when you're a nation that's founded by very, very powerful mages, that tends to even things out, even if people get annoyed with Velho claiming that they invented every single spell that ever exists. Obviously they didn't, but that's not going to stop them from saying it.
Well, it's hard to prove one way or the other.
Whereas Godai has their particular belief in dualism. The dominant philosophy of the best result created by harmonious opposites. And I was like, I cast copyright strike. Don't make me Don't make me get out the visor, Riona. I have no problem channeling a few cups of blend 41.
And the 41.
I would say it's enough to make me see red, but I can't. But when you do dig in, the thing that is very apparent is the cook is very restrained with his spices, only using just enough so that the flavor is still kept, which is saying something because behemoth meat is infamously tough, much like, well, behemoths. And it is very easy to overdo it if you don't know what you're doing. So long as this lunch doesn't cast meteor, I tough it out. No, you're fine on that.
Then again, I wouldn't object to my lunch being meatier. Wait.
Do you hear that, everyone? Seems he wants something a bit meatier.
I'm
That
good.
one
You guys
hurt.
should try a behemoth with the cactar together.
And
Careful
I
what you
think-
wish for.
I think the cactor counts as a vegetable.
yep.
I think.
I'm not sure.
But when it comes
First,
to
I've seen sentient vegetables.
when it comes to the cactuar, the grilled part of it looks almost like a grilled, having the texture not far removed from like a grilled zucchini.
It is, however, in the classical cactor pose still, though, for some reason.
Uh,
It's the most unnerving part, if anything.
but when you do eat it, it is properly seasoned, and all of the needles have been taken out.
All 10,000. Goodness.
Just Riona saying you can use cactuar to make tequila. That is cursed.
Cactorquila.
Sad thing is, I'm probably
I know.
going to put that in my notes for future campaigns.
I know, my cup is dancing away from me.
No,
Quickly, grab the shot glass.
My cup is screaming.
But-
to be fair, if you knew what went on for that, you would too.
but as far as the Ochu tentacle, it is the equivalent of like vegetable noodles.
Definitely the correct choice.
But it's the kind of thing where because of how it's set up, you could think you do these with just a little bit of application, you could easily make a pasta out of it. I see Dragon saying, "Lame, keep the needles in and have eating it be a challenge." You first.
It explodes in your mouth.
Explosive flavor, but that sounds ridiculous.
It's the only meal with a 300% casualty rate.
Yet somehow that wouldn't be the strangest thing I've seen a cook make. But one of the other things you end up overhearing is that no one really, aside from the people who are overseeing the trial, not many people fully know what the assignment is going to be this year. As the staff, as well as the parameters of the assignment, shift every year. Ostensibly, this is to make sure that people who are coming in on retries don't have an advantage. It's even to the point where there's rumors that some of the teachers have memories of the previous trial parameters erased from their minds, and just to make sure nobody has any advantage when it comes to the test. After all, in one case the test was a dungeon raid, and in another it was a mock mass battle. As far as what the test could be this year, no one knows. But the same rule applies. You pass, you're in. You fail, better luck next year.
Unless you're dead.
Well, at least it was nice of them to make sure your lost ride was a pleasant one before you die horribly in that case.
Well,
Adventuring
is a risky profession. But after a bit, you do return to your cabin. Several of the walls are painted with the portraits of various adventurers, each one listing right under it a name and the year that they graduated. And there's a lot of names. Several of which you may recognize as adventurers of varying amounts of renown. Further hammering home the fact that the school has had a lot of famous graduates. Some of them have gone on to have legendary careers as adventurers. Others have had their own mark in the world in some form. But the message is clear that this is a school that's been the first step on several people's path to greatness.
Oh, I recognize this one. My parents told me I was named after him. Don't know how they got that out of Stiltskin, but
I was gonna ask if you could recognize him because he looks like every other Moglin.
That's a side note.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they kept the Mog part of the name.
Aglio shrugs.
But after... Oh.
Amazing.
Yeah, I suppose. But eventually, as you look out the window, you do see a view of ostensibly the school, but it's a lot bigger than you would expect a school to be. This looks more like a college town and fortress on steroids.
Sheesh, they probably have like 3 dungeons built into that thing.
That's tradition.
Makes one wonder what they do with the troublemakers.
They
But
put
I'd
them in
rather
the
not
dungeon
find out.
dungeon.
Dungeons.
Yeah, I think the punishment is they put you at the boss room of the dungeon with no equipment, and then you have to work your way out.
But there are several layers of wall that you see. The center is clearly the school, and surrounding that is a large castle town-like structure with architecture from various places all over the world. And at the top of the numerous towers are Aethertech cannons, each of which is very capable of taking down any airship that might get a little too close. Which pretty much answers the question of why doesn't anyone try to break into the city through airship? Well, that's why. Because even in a setting like this, big guns never tire.
Besides, where are they going to land? There's buildings fucking everywhere.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they have a hangar or a docking area.
Very friendly.
Yeah. But that same vibe of this being a international melting pot is just as apparent here as it was with the prospective students that you saw. And as you all end up getting off on the train, you are led to one particular office. It's clear that you're in an area that's sectioned off specifically for prospects. You do see a few. It looks like students passing by, but largely what you end up seeing is staff and other prospective students. As you end up heading into what looks like a briefing room, you see a young Hume woman with blue hair wearing a red leather jacket. Stating, "Hello there. My name is Miss Rodrigo. I will be your assessor for the trial this year. I do see some familiar faces, but a lot of new faces. That's good. So, before we get into the assignment, I want you all to know that even if some of you don't make it, I am proud that you managed to get this far. Even getting here is not an easy feat, and that deserves praise. Now, with that said, who here can tell me what a grotto is?
Isn't a grotto where? Shoot, I can't remember the Aeon. I'm trying to remember the name of those summons. Aeon or
It's a man-made cave.
It's the doorway to the plane of the icons.
Close
Depending
enough.
on which icon, different doors in different places.
That is more or less correct. They prefer the term eidolons, but I will not be picky on that. They've had different names by different cultures, of course. There are several gates to one of these grottos within the immediate area. Some of them within the school, and some of them in the countryside surrounding the school. Your assignment will be to venture into one of these grottos, meet with the Eidolon that resides there, gain his approval, and return with that Eidolon's sigil. The Eidolons are always watching this school, so they will know that you're coming. Now, as far as which Eidolon you pursue and where you find their particular grotto, that is going to be up to your own initiative. This particular trial will be testing not only your abilities to defend yourself, but also your abilities to investigate, pursue a lead, and handle yourself within the parameters of a mission. I look forward to seeing what results come from this. Now then, there is a short walk away that leads to a library as well as a shop designed specifically for prospective students. You may freely research within that library to see your next move, and those of you who've brought a few guild to your name, you can acquire equipment within the shop. I would ask that you not venture further into the school beyond the area that's designated for prospects. After all, there are a lot of support facilities surrounding the school, and that includes the residences of ambassadors of the different nations. The last thing that anyone would want is a international incident, if you follow me. Now then, do you all have any questions?
Straightforward enough to me.
She looks at the rest of you, going, any at all?
None from me.
None at all.
Very well. That will be all. You all have 1 week to complete the task. If you do not return with a sigil within 1 week's time, you'll be considered having a failing grade and have to try again next year. For the rest of you, best of luck, and may the crystals guide you. Dismissed. She says as everyone else in the briefing starts getting up and walking off. Which, with the briefing over, that means you all have time to do proper preparations. So, what is your next move going to be? You going to be doing research or doing some shopping?
Well, I only have 6 guild to my name, so I don't think that's going very far.
Not necessarily. Legend Edition isn't doing a traditional monetary setup. Acquiring items is a check using the resources stat. Gil, in this case stake, it should be combined, but there were some miscommunications because of an earlier version. Is used as a boost to that resource roll. So think of it as money MP, essentially.
Interesting.
Aurelian would probably want to go shopping.
Alright.
I think my character will be doing the research.
Maglio as well. He wants to research where he's going to be going first before he decides what equipment he's going to be getting.
Yeah, I would agree with that kind of thinking.
Mm-hmm. So within the research room is a properly sized library, one with a wide variety of books, tomes, scrolls, and the like. You do see a few students who are clearly using one of the studying tables to research their own assignments. Now, if you wish to research on your own, that is going to be a knowledge check, which the modifier isn't in there per se, but what it is the higher of your mind or spirit modifiers plus the total amount of interest that you have, which is the catch-all of affiliations, languages, and studies. You all should have 4 of them.
Yep.
But because there isn't a knowledge button, it's going to be a roll you'll have to write out manually.
Alright. What do we need to roll exactly?
Let me put it.
D20 plus mind or spirit plus 4.
The D20
Yep.
plus the higher of mind or spirit plus then
Mhm.
Oh dear. That wasn't great.
That was even worse.
oh boy.
We are not surviving this, I guess.
Never say never.
So you said D20 plus higher of mind and spirit plus 4 is
Yep.
that right?
That is
Okay,
correct.
so I didn't get to add the pluses, so it's my total is 16.
All right. 16, 12, 2.
Mine would be well 2 is just the roll.
Mhm.
Plus spirit would be 5. What was the other additions?
4.
Yep. Which, in the case of our Moogle, isn't great, but
Guys, I have a huge lead.
but you do find a few surface things regarding the Eidolons, namely that the books that you do find on them make it clear the Eidolons are not gods. They were created by the gods, whose names have been removed from the world. They were created to maintain the world of Gaia, while the gods did their thing. But because their thing ended up causing a lot of damage and getting in the way of them doing their job, the Eidolons conspired with the mortal races to rebel. That rebellion was successful, and all record of the gods was systematically destroyed as a means to starve out belief in them. The Eidolons themselves retreated to their grottos as a way of ensuring that their presence didn't cause too much damage. Essentially, each Eidolon has a demi-plane all to themselves. That's even worse. Moglia was reading the first edition version.
Oh,
Well, as I said, the Advanced Player Guide, that is the first edition version.
But
Unfortunately, the Pathfinder Unchained book is missing.
unfortunate.
There's more I could say on that, but that's another story. But it is noted that there are 5 grottos that are within relative reach of the school. There's more, but some of them are in places that are not consistent, and others are locked into places that you're only getting into if you have special permission. And as a bunch of low-tier prospects, you're not even first-year students yet. You're not getting into those ones. But the 5 that are accessible, based on the books you see, are the Forum of Heroes, the Grotto of the Knights of the Round, the Great Black Gate, the Grotto of Cerberus, the Palace of Nightmares, the Grotto of Diablos, the Resplendent Garden, the Grotto of Eden, and the Sagacious Archive, the Grotto of Ramu.
Those all sound so friendly.
Oh, you gotta take a risk. It's the only way you're gonna get in.
Obviously, splitting the party and going into multiple grottos at once would be a terrible idea.
I mean, there's 5 of us and 5 grottos.
Not mere coincidence.
Perhaps, but I think we'd be better off if we all agree on one and take it. We have better chances.
Might I suggest the Cerberus?
I was going to suggest the same.
I approve of Doggy.
I agree.
Why not?
Cerberus, immunity fire, weakness belly rubs.
So
Also, weakness to a guy in a red trench coat.
So, which grotto do you guys think you're going to try and pursue?
The Great Black Gate. So we have to research nearby old battleground.
Yes, the Black Gate is often found in places where battles had taken place in the past. And given the many conflicts that have ravaged the old continent over the centuries, there's no shortage of those. But
I
if
wonder
you-
if there's any battlegrounds within school grounds somewhere.
that
Somewhat
is-
nearby.
There's probably ones nearby, but not on the school grounds. And if you want to research further, that is going to be another knowledge roll. If you think you have a interest that would be applicable, roll an additional d6.
Well, I doubt my studies in Vieira is going to apply.
As a caravaner, I've seen my share of battlegrounds, so I would be able to recognize one from a distance, but I'm not sure that's necessarily a boon.
Did I roll the same thing twice? I did. Perfect.
Do it again.
I did roll the same thing twice.
My dice luck is consistently 5.
Sometimes this happens.
Yeah, I know not Discord, fuck, Roll20 likes to give you the same thing. Oh, that's better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing's quite as fun as seeing Roll20 give 5 consecutive rolls of 2.
Mm-hmm. So, a bit of digging, you do find that a little ways out from the school to the west is an independent region known as the St. Calibulg Compact. This was a dominion that, for the longest time, was under the domain of Velho. Then, about 300 years ago, they said, "You know what? We don't feel like paying tithes to Velho anymore, and we're going independent." War was declared, and a stalemate ended up happening. Even to this day, that particular area is still dealing with the fallout of a lot of magic getting thrown about in that war all at once. It isn't, say, radioactive fallout, but it's definitely lingering effects. And while technically Velho could march right back there anytime they want, they don't think it is worth the risk.
Can I do a research roll on the area? I have a survival interest. See what we need for equipment.
Mm-hmm. That would be another knowledge roll. Just make sure to add a d6.
Something I would be pondering as well.
I can hear someone going, "Are you pondering what I'm pondering?"
Yeah, but how do we get the giraffe into the trousers?
Never mind.
Teleportation magic.
Tribal brain go unga bunga.
So, because of the effects of that place, it is one where spirits can sometimes show up. And there have been reports of a man in black showing up in that region, but anytime someone gets close to that figure, he disappears.
Doesn't sound like any particular equipment related to that we would need.
Mhm.
Except maybe a spyglass to see him from further away.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-ghost juice.
Now, if you want to do some shopping for consumables, the consumables that you can get are in the equipment chapter of the book. You can acquire any lesser tier consumable. Just remember you have a specific amount of slots when it comes to what you can bring with you on adventures. So you can buy all the potions you want, but you're not going to be able to bring all of them with you.
Where's that at? Sorry.
Consumables, that starts on page 383 of the core book.
Have you got a link to the core book?
I do. It is my itch page, because that's where I have the whole thing hosted.
Oh, give me a second.
That is on me. I probably should have put the itch page at the start of the DM group. Whoops.
All good. Core game standard, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, I'll grab that now.
One day I will make a printed version for my own uses. Today is not that day yet. But I see that Doc had to step away for a moment, but for the rest of you, is there anything you're thinking of adding to your consumables?
Mm.
I already have an ether and a potion. Which, assuming we don't have a 13 tribulations or something, will probably do me well.
Which page did you say it was on?
It should be on page 199.
99. Okay.
What were you looking for on page 199?
No, he was looking for the page that has the consumables.
That is 383.
Is it? Okay. My PDF disagrees with you, but whatever.
Unless you get... I'm looking at the singles version, not the spreads.
Oh, yeah. Shit.
Oops.
Yeah, that's a different number.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will note once the 1.2 update is done, the spreads version is going to be sunsetted.
I'm fine with that. I don't like it when people lay out their PDFs like this.
Yeah. I know some people prefer spreads for the sake of screens, but you can do 2-page spreads with any PDF viewer these days. So I don't see a point in having 2 versions of the book.
Yeah. Definitely being able to switch between them as needed is more convenient than having 2 different versions.
Mm-hmm. That, and I don't want my editor to have to do double the work.
Oof, yeah. You know, you just need to align 500 pages.
And that's just with the core book, let alone the expanded stuff with the Ultimania Guide or the Bestiary. Yeah, there's a few monsters in the core book, but the full monster list is in its own book. But the approach with acquiring items is a resources roll. If before you roll, you can spend, in this case, Gil to boost the roll on a 1-to-1, or you can boost it. You can spend it afterwards on a 2-to-1. The TN for it is going to be determined by the item you're trying to get. But the reason it has Gil there, it's supposed to be Stake, but there are 2 TN tracks, Gil and Treasure. There was a bit of communication mishap. Sorry about that.
It's fine, we don't know well enough to know that this is wrong. You just need to tell us what number to look at, and we'll be fine. Yes, let's buy a warship. It's not a consumable item, I know, but
You can't, and obviously, Aurelian was told the Chocobo has to wait outside when you guys did research as well as doing shopping, because they don't want the feathers getting all over the place.
Look, he's well trained.
all that weep-woo in the library can't possibly go.
Yeah.
The real question is, if you climb onto the chocobo, does it play the music?
No. It does its own music. Right, where are we?
Mhm.
What page was it in the singles again? Sorry.
383.
383.
I see consumables page. I'm on 383. Sorry, for some reason it says 394 on the top of the.
So I can spend a stake for how much stake for additional modifier?
It's a 1-to-1.
All right, so if I spend 1, I get a +1.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other modifiers?
aside from the modifiers shown for resources, that's it.
Um, is there any chocobo feathers?
They are a lesser item in the positive condition table.
Mm-hmm. So it is something
Can
you
also
can get.
can also pluck the chocobo standing outside.
Right?
It
No,
will
I'll
bite
do that.
though.
Yeah, I'll try and get a chocobo feather or two.
All right. So are you going to be adding stake to that roll?
I'll do a bit of gill, yeah. I'll do like one on
Alright.
each attempt.
All right. I should note that when it comes to using consumables, it's a once per encounter item.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What do I roll? Is it a D20?
There should be. Let me check the sheet because there should be a button for resources. Resources tab, and it looks like there isn't. So it's going to. So ignoring the guild part, what you're going to be rolling is d20 plus 10, and since you are spending one stake, make sure to reduce stake by 1, and add 1 to the roll.
Oh, ignore that.
Oh, well.
There goes my luck. So it'll be D20 plus 11 then, yeah?
Yep.
Because of the plus 1. Okay.
Alright. Make sure to add the 2 chocobo feathers into your consumable inventory.
Okay.
I knew we should have kept some seconds from lunch. So much steak.
But since you all are second level, you have 3 lesser consumable slots and 2 greater consumable slots.
But this may also include any items or loot that we find along the way, so we don't want to completely fill ourselves up to the gills. No pun intended.
Yeah, and since, despite the name, they are reusable. Yeah.
Well, the equipped items are fully consumed at the end of an adventure during the downtime phase. This was done because I wanted to avoid the 99 megalixirs problem.
Yep.
I think I will try for a potion and a flashbang.
Alright.
I will use 2 stake, so that means it's a 1d20 plus 12.
Yep. Nice, nice. So add that to your consumables.
Got it.
But there any other bits of shopping you guys are going to do, or do you think that will do it?
Is there armor?
guys all have armor.
Okay.
Yeah, we're already largely equipped.
My only weapon is my heart.
I think that's single use.
My heart.
But after doing your bit of shopping and heading to one of the gates leading to the countryside outside of the place, you do get to rent chocobos, so it's not just Aurelian on a chocobo. Though obviously the other ones aren't as armored as his.
They're not as cool.
Nope.
Well, I think they'll complain if we bring their chocobos back with injuries. I think that whole unarmored thing isn't going to be too much of an issue.
No. But
What is my flying speed?
oops, let me move things over.
If I
After
fly slower,
Hmm?
just pull me along like a balloon.
After heading out, you do find yourselves out in the countryside surrounding the school. Seeing some wild animals, you do see a pack of wild chocobos, as well as packs of wandering monsters. Nothing extremely dangerous. And off on one of the peaks in the distance, you see what looks like a curl just sitting there watching everything, as if silently judging everything that he sees. While watching, you see what looks like a goblin try and see if it could sneak up behind the curl to attack it, and that goes about as well as you'd think, as it just gets whipped away. You know, a casual dismissal like the octopus punch. Which I would share that particular GIF if I could find it. There was footage of a octopus that just, as a fish was getting close to it, it just said, "Nope, punch." And I'm sure if I dug around further I could find it, but nah, not worth it for this. So, since you guys are trying to find the battlefield where the last major fight between the St. Calibur Compact occurred, that is going to be a orienteering check, and yep, that's the game I was looking for.
Google is your friend. Well, actually, no. That sentence is a lie, but...
I prefer what Joe Bob Briggs had said that became a button on the soundboard. Google that fucker. You should always just Google that fucker.
Yep. It's effective. Especially when you have AI search turned off by default.
Mm-hmm. But back to that matter. Of course, that was going to be a 0-second fight because it's a fucking goblin against a curl. Can you get any? I was gonna say, can you get any more one-sided? But that's a lie.
The worst part is the amount of time they spent waiting for the scene transition to happen.
Mm-hmm. But
That's my orienteering check.
Mhm.
It's untrained, but I do have a +1.
Yep. So is anyone else going to take a shot with orienteering?
Yeah, I've got some training in that.
Let
No
me see.
boons, no banes.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
There it is. Let me see.
Well, unless I'm locating supernatural effects, I don't think I have anything fancy with orienteering besides training.
Yep.
You just slash orienteering to make it do the purple table there.
There is a button in the skills tab.
Mm-hmm.
There's a dice next to orienteering that you click.
Skills tab on my character.
Yep. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4. It's beneath core abilities, and
Oh, I see. I see.
I think it's one of the ones that's open by default.
Oh, hey.
Mm-hmm. So, as you do explore, you do find that there are certain places that don't seem to have as much tracks, as far as animal tracks, as if there seems to be areas that the animals don't want to go close to. And as you do get closer, you do feel a certain stillness in the air.
That's never a good sign.
Mhm.
Big doggy paw print.
You find yourself at a valley, one that seems to be covered in a mist that wasn't there because it's the middle of the day. There shouldn't be this much mist. The place is covered in swords, axes, spears, and guns sticking into the ground, as if the whole place is one giant graveyard for a battle that happened long ago. Many of these swords, many of the weapons here, are showing signs of rust. The whole place still has this air of lingering violence, which those of you who do have a bit of supernatural senses can sense. Yeah, there was a very, very nasty fight that took place here long ago, and the ripple effects are still active here.
I'm thinking that if you wanted to loot one of these swords for whatever reason, you would be haunted for the rest of forever. So don't do that.
But off in the distance, you see what appears to be a man in black armor on top of a horse.
Oh,
But-
there he is.
But it seems like he's looking at you for a moment, and you could swear that he's looking right through you. But just before you can call his attention or anything, he gallops off and disappears, as if he was some phantom conjured by this mist.
How rude.
But as you do get closer, you see a selection of greatswords that are arranged in a circle. And as you get closer to this circle, a bubble appears. Clearly an omnidirectional gateway. Within the bubble appears to be a fortress made out of blackened stone with a massive iron and steel gate surrounding it.
That sounds like what we're looking for.
Bingo.
Damn, I was gonna move some swords around so I could turn the circle into a smiley face.
As you cross through the gate, you come to a rocky place that looks to be the aftermath of some protracted battle. As if you were coming across a siege that had a moment of peace, or at least a moment of ceasefire. As you walk through it, you see various folk who are either tending to the wounded, going back to various camps to deal with their wounds, as well as engineers handling massive war machines like arbaleths and the like. The various people you're passing by appear to be dressed in a manner similar to mercenaries, though some of them look like they would be regular soldiers. But you can't tell what nation their colors would be from, if the nation that they're from even exists. But as you do get closer to the fortress, you also see what looks like plenty of fortifications surrounding it, as if the whole fortress is surrounded by a layered defense. The sky is very, very overcast. It is still day, but the clouds are thick. The clouds are thick enough that everything looks silvered and gray up in the sky. What doesn't help matters is the amount of smoke from various spells, and just the general feel that you guys have stepped into the aftermath of a war zone. And if some of you are thinking of no man's land in any battle in World War I, you're not far off.
So this is what I was feeling outside. Yeah, it looks about as unpleasant as it felt.
As you get closer to the gate, with the soldiers you pass by acknowledging you and almost giving you an air of, glad to see that you're here, as if they were expecting you. But standing right in front of the gate is a massive black dog with 3 heads. The dog itself, obviously Cerberus, is standing vigil and looks more regal than demonic. A lot of its fur hidden under layers of armor, looking more like an armored war dog than anything else. And when I say big, I mean he's about as big as a 2-story house.
That's going to make the belly rubs a bit difficult from down here. Though if I can get on someone's shoulders.
The mercenaries, when we were passing by them, did they seem transparent?
No.
Or, no, physical?
Mm-hmm.
I suspect they might be less spirits of the dead and more residents of this place.
But as you get closer, Cerberus looks down on you, and you do get that same vibe of someone who's looking right through you. And you hear him speak in your mind, even though none of his mouths move, saying, "Are you all the reinforcements?"
I'd say we are.
I'm going to assume that the correct answer to this question is yes.
Ready to assist.
Here to help.
He lowers his head as if getting close enough to sniff you. He brings his head back, saying, I was hoping for more than a squadron, but I am not in a position to be picky. We've driven the enemy back, but they will be returning. This is a mere regroup for them. Our mages are preparing a spell to launch a counteroffensive through the casting of Meteor. However, they are going to need time to prepare that. That is where you are going to be coming in. When the enemy comes, I need you all to buy time. Keep them away from the gate, hold the line until the spell can go off.
Understood.
Easy enough.
Do our best.
We can handle that.
He looks right at the one who said easy enough and said, It is not just on-foot soldiers you have to worry about. They have their own war beasts, including several behemoths.
Ah, lunch.
Oh, Bob.
That's how we get more steak for the shop, guys.
Oh, great. So it's just going to be just like home. The only difference is I'm going to have to probably punch one of these instead of avoid them.
Well, unfortunately, this is the kind of thing we signed up for.
Yeah.
But
It's fine. We just need to wrestle one of them into the ground, and then we can use it to cast Meteor instead.
mm-hmm. So, as this is going on, you do observe that the soldiers that can at least move are setting up defenses. You see the war machines getting brought out. You see combat mages and soldiers setting their stuff up, as well as several pike squares, just in case cavalry shows up. In other words, the surviving soldiers, the ones who can still fight, they are prepared for the worst. And just as things seem to be reaching the calm before the storm, you hear the blaring of a massive war horn. At which points you hear a lot of soldiers shouting orders being prepared, and a massive horde of soldiers making a charge. The initial wave is attacked with a volley of arrows and black magic, but that doesn't turn the enemy army away. That just diminishes it. More of them are coming, including the vanguard. So as they get closer, you do hear someone say, Draw your weapons, folks. It is time to get in. It is time to get in close and personal with these bastards." And to that end, let me.
All right, guys, it's time to assemble in horizontal groups of 3.
Okay, I'm gonna go from top to bottom, and you tell me front row or back row. So, Moglio?
Let's go back row.
Alright. Ekashiba?
Front row.
Alright. Aurelian?
Front row.
Ben?
Back row, please.
Alright. So let me adjust the size a little bit. You see what looks like a assault leader, a couple soldiers along with them, and 2 warhounds. Actually, these guys to the back and these guys up front. So, let me make sure their turn is added. Okay, where's the turn? And I'm going to be adding your. The initiative button is still having some issues, so we're going to be adding your turns manually. And I don't know why I did the oh right, because that was a leftover, that's why. So each of you roll initiative.
That is not on this.
It's at the bottom of the vitals.
Mhm.
Ah,
Nope, something has failed.
Okay, it's still doing that. It's still doing that problem. Except for Aurelion for some reason. Initiative is supposed to be D20 plus agility plus 1, since it is a half-level bonus. So, I want you to roll it manually. I'm gonna go from top to bottom, and when your character's called, tell me what initiative you got.
Well, my agility is -1, so I'll just roll a straight D20.
yeah.
Well, that just feels rude.
Okay. Has everybody
Then
rolled
mine was-
manually? The first one, the first roll, I'm gonna be ignoring.
6.
So, let's see. Aurelian, what did you get?
23.
Right.
Woo.
Ekashiba?
Oh, I need to roll again?
Yeah.
Yeah, the D20 plus 0 plus angry 0 doesn't quite work, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, 20.
Alright. Ben?
I rolled 18.
And Moglio?
13 minus 1 plus 1.
So, 13.
Yep.
Alright, now for the... Now for the set. Okay, so first let me roll for the captain. I don't have an NPC sheet yet, so I have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Oh no.
Okay. Right, now for the guards. In their case, it's just a straight D20. For the sake of expediency, I'm not going to do individual initiative for monsters of the same type.
Save that for when we've got like 20 enemies that are all the same.
Yeah, I don't feel like jinxing that just yet. Alright, so... Alright, so Aurelian, you're up first. Remember, everybody gets one action. You don't need to do any sort of movement about because this game uses a row-based setup.
Okay. How can I do a bull rush into an enemy?
Yes, you can.
want to go for. Is the lower soldier in range?
Is he in the targeted area of first row or second row?
He's in second row. Because of the one between rule, if you target the lower guard, the roll is going to have one bane. You're going to be making an athletics check.
I will take that risk, I guess. Yeah, I'll take that risk.
All right. So it's your normal roll. There should be a prompt about boons or banes. If not, it's minus 1d6 of what you roll.
For athletics, yeah.
Yep.
Be 17 then, won't it?
Did it? It looks like it didn't factor in the bane. So roll 1d6.
Oh, 1d6. Okay.
Alright, so 15, that still hits, so he has knocked down 1. Alright, so that is gonna be although I have to correct myself on something because you picked Chocobo Knight.
Yes.
Which means you get some fun stuff when it comes to bull rushes.
Yes.
Namely, bull rushes are treated as weapon attacks for you.
Yes.
Uh,
So just roll a weapon attack now, and then damage if it hits.
You just roll your damage straight. But I do have to ask: are you declaring a Knight's Challenge? Because you went with a bull rush.
Let me just quickly read it. No, I'll leave the Knight's Challenge for now. I'll just do a regular.
All right, roll damage. Not bad for your first hit. So, Akashiba, you are up.
All right. I'll take a swing at whoever Aurelion just hit.
That'd be the guard. The one between rule is going to be in effect.
All right.
Let me see. So, and he is going to attempt to parry. So this is going to be a contested attack. So let me... So make your attack roll. I'm going to be making mine. That's going to determine who's actually getting hit. Oh. Since you're doing this as an attack, and since you have Monk, are you doing this as a normal attack or as a blitz?
I'm gonna do a blitz.
Alright, which blitz are you doing?
Well, I'm trying to look for one that's gonna help me be more defensive next turn.
Alright, go for it. Remember, whichever one you're taking, you're rolling 3 attacks to determine the effectiveness of that blitz.
You know what? Let's just do a regular roll.
Alright, roll it. Alright, that... But you do have to roll Bane. I will put that in. That's a 12, so...
Ouch.
Okay, bad news. You didn't hit. Worse news, that means he succeeded on his parry, so he is going to be dealing damage against you. That's 5 damage against you. Actually, no. Nope, 6 damage. What am I thinking? God damn it. So, well, speaking of which, Ben, you're up.
Alrighty. Just a quick question with the companion actions. So, I can pick to do the major action in place of like my regular action, I presume.
Yep.
Then does the minor action just happen otherwise, or how does that work?
If you pick major action, minor action doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen. Okay, but if you do anything else, it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, considering minor action costs protect Ga, I think that's probably a good thing to have go off in the first turn. So then I shall... I guess I shall do an attack roll against Dog 1. Arguably that's Dog 2, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that is just a attack roll.
Mm-hmm.
No banes or boons.
All right, that definitely hits. So roll damage. Remember to note that your weapon has brutal 1, so any ones that you roll get re-rolled until they're not a 1.
Well, Yep. 5.
Alright, not bad. Now it's the guard's turn. So the first one that tried to do a bit of parrying, he's going to be making an attack against Aurelion with his sword.
Yep.
So, are you going to parry?
I was reading my sheet. I think I can only dodge, can't I?
No, everybody can dodge or parry.
Mounted combatant 1. You gain a boon to dodge rolls, however you cannot take the parry reaction.
I stand corrected. So in that case, you can dodge.
I will attempt to dodge.
All right. That is going to be a athletics roll.
Just me athletics. What would the boon be that I add to it?
D6. Boons are always D6, as well as
D6,
banes.
D6. Okay. 13. Not too bad.
All right. So the attack does 0 damage. So now for the second guard, who is going to try and attack Akashiba. Are you going to parry, or are you going to parry or dodge?
I'm gonna dodge.
All right. All right. Roll athletics. You're doing that. Alright, that is a successful dodge, so no damage. And Moglio, you are up.
Since my harp is a thrown weapon, if I attack with it, does that mean it leaves my inventory temporarily, or is it like a comes
No.
back to me scenario?
You don't lose your weapon when it comes to thrown. It just has its own setup.
Okay. I will use my harp to attack lower doggo.
All right. Roll for it.
Let's see here. And it has a bane, beast bane, I believe is applicable.
Yep.
Let's see.
So because it has Bane Beast,
Any
Bane simply means if you're attacking that type and you roll a natural 15, it hits.
Okay. So as a natural, was this a natural 17?
Yep. So that
Aha. Okay.
So roll damage.
It's an 8 there.
All right. So now
And
for
as a thrown weapon, I'm what is it? The one row effect is not in play since it's thrown, or
Oh,
since I'm in the back row?
yeah. In this case, that doesn't. The Bane wouldn't apply. Plus, you rolled a natural 17, so you'd hit anyways.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So now it's the Hound's turn. The first one is going to attack Ekashiba. Are you going to parry or dodge?
I'm gonna dodge again.
All right. So, roll athletics.
Ouch.
Oof.
Hmm. The dice gods show no mercy. Amen. Wow, they really show mercy. Hey, that is a tie. But because of that, it is stalemate. So now for the second hound, who's going to be attacking Aurelian. Are you going to dodge?
Yeah, I'll give it a dodge.
All right. So roll athletics. All right. No damage. All right. Now for the captain. The captain is going to be making his attack against Akashiba. So you're going to... He is going to be taking a Bane because he's using a melee attack, but... Are you going to dodge or parry?
I'm gonna try to parry this time.
Alright. Parries are contested attacks, so you've got to beat that. Remember, it is an attack roll, so if you beat it, you get to it's treated as a counterattack. If not, you're getting hurt. By a
Nice.
f***ing nose. All right,
Like me.
roll
Violence.
damage.
Now watch. My gauntlets are gonna be Chinesium. Okay, not horrible.
Top of the round. And the guard at the bottom loses knockdown. So, Aurelian,
Oh, no.
you are up.
He got knocked down, but then he got up again.
You're not gonna keep him down.
How do my strategies and tactics work? Like, if I use them, is that like my turn done then?
So, that is a general thing. So first off, what I should have asked beforehand is what stance you were taking with command points. Are you doing advance or fortify?
That's a good question. What's the difference? I guess does one like give it better rolls to damage and one to defense or something?
No. Advance, when you get 1d3 command points when you make a weapon attack. Fortify, you get 1 command point at the end of each turn.
Oh, I'll just go with defense for now then. So guessing I'll start with them full anyway, don't I?
Alright, so fortify. So you have
Yep.
1 command point. So you can use a strategy once per encounter.
Yep.
With tactics, you spend command points to use those.
Okay. For now then, I will just do another bull rush, I guess, at the dog.
Mm-hmm.
The lower dog.
Alright.
That one.
Roll athletics. Oh, that hits.
Is it a crit as well? Because I've got is it risk and reward?
If you want it to.
Yeah, because I think that gives me the dragoon blood points as well, doesn't it? If I
Yes.
Crit. Yeah, I'll make it a crit then.
Mm-hmm. So he is inflicted with the hound is inflicted with knockdown. Damage dice is doubled on a crit.
Okay, so it'd be 2d8 plus
Yep.
2. Okay, I'll just roll them. 1. And the next one would be...
It's supposed to be 2d8 plus 2.
Oh. Sorry, I'll do it manually.
Mm-mm.
D8 plus 2. There we are.
As you pretty much teach the dog long division.
Nice. In strategies, I've got sword work that lets me make a weapon attack as a free action. Would I be able to do that to a different enemy?
Yes. Strategies
I'll do
aren't
it.
subject to action economy, but they're a one-off. So,
Okay.
Who's the target of sword work?
It'll be this dude.
All right. Because of the one between rule, make sure to put in a bane.
Okay.
Alright. So that's going to hit. Let's see. So because you hit, add 1d4 because you did generate 1 extra effort, thanks to piercing.
The big one.
So that's 7 damage total, which is enough to take out the card.
Let's
Oh,
go.
yeah.
So Ekashiba, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna use my fencer ability to taunt the commander.
All right. So he has been taunted, which means you two get bonuses to attacking each other and penalties to attacking anybody else. So when you two are attacking each other, you get a boon. If you attack anybody else, it's a bane. But that is going to be your action. So Ben, you are up.
I feel like insulting the guy in the back's sprite work. I need to make a persona roll against his defense
Yep.
of skill.
I'm guessing you're going to be doing insult.
Yep. So it's just d20 plus the modifier? Or do I
Yep.
add my level or... Okay.
17, that beats his skill defense. So
he has a bane.
Yep, he's going to have a bane to his next check.
That is my action.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know if that means if my minor action Protect Gar goes off or how that works. I don't know.
It does. Oh. So make a casting check, which is just going to be a d20. Since you're doing Protect Ga. Let me...
I think that fails.
You can make it go off proper if at the cost of 3 MP.
It's probably worth it. Let me spend 3 MP.
Alright. So Protect Ga goes off. So let me... That's going to affect everybody. Which means everybody gets a +3 physical defense for a number of rounds based on your MCM. So, what is Ben's MCM?
Let's see. So my MCM is just the attack modifier. That's
Yep.
4.
All right. So let me. Obviously, although I have some custom tokens for status effects. Obviously, I can't put them in roll 20.
Actually, you can, but that's neither here nor there right now.
Yeah. So now for the guard, who is going to be attacking Aurelian with I believe 1 Bane. So, Aurelian, are you going to dodge?
Yeah, I'll try and dodge.
Winning by a nose. So all right. Moglio, you are up.
Great. I'm going to use my turn. Let me pull up my sheet to grant inspiration to Ikashiba.
All right.
I can pull it up. Oh, wait. What'd that do? Yes, that's what I wanted it to do. So on his next weapon attack, he gets a 1d8
Yep.
bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's it for me.
Yep. All right. So now for the remaining hound, who's going to be attacking Akashiba. You going to dodge or parry?
I'm gonna dodge.
All right. Roll athletics.
As a side note, since he's making a skill roll here, does it have to apply to that? Does the inspiration have to apply to that, or can it apply to whichever one he wants to do next?
You declared that it was going to apply to weapon attacks, so that's what it'll be.
Cool. I didn't. Cool. All right.
All right. That is. Let's see if that's a successful dodge. Unfortunately, not.
Can I use my my tactics get out of there for this?
All right.
I think I got the 1 point to spend, haven't I? So
Yep. So let me remove that point. So never mind.
Oh shit.
yeah, it makes your dodge a successful dodge reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Not know about that about Chocobo Knight.
This isn't something that Chocobo Knight has. It's something that General has, which is one of his jobs.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So now it's the captain's turn, and he is going to be striking at Akashiba, and because of that, getting a boon. Are you going to dodge or parry?
I'm gonna parry.
All right. This is a contested attack. Let's see what you got. Okay. Roll your attack.
Just get an 11.
On this.
Also, don't forget he has a bane. Because I insulted him.
Yeah. Oops.
Yes, exactly.
So do I use the inspiration bonus on this, or does that not count for
No, it's still a weapon attack, so add 1d8. All right, so that hits. So now roll damage and make sure that you make sure you add 1d4 for extra effort. And damage, not bad. All right. See, top of the order, since he no longer has that effect on him. And give me a moment because I have to manually go through. Oops. I mean, I could do this as part of the turn order thing, but you guys wouldn't be able to see it on the board. So, Aurelian, you are up.
Am I able to switch what stance I'm in?
Yeah.
I'll go advance on this then.
All right.
And then I want to use Knight's Challenge on the boss dude here.
All right.
It was athletics, wasn't it, for Bull Rush?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So low.
I'm giving you a mulligan on that one because the GM says so. So do it again.
Okay.
Best reason.
Yeah. Slightly higher.
Yep, that hits. So roll
Okay.
damage. Make sure to add an additional die, additional weapon damage die.
Okay, 2d8 plus 2. And then it's +1 from the what's it called, isn't it? The challenge. I know. No, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So for starters, he has knockdown. And let's see, 13 damage. And roll 1d3 to see how many command points you get.
Okay. How'd you do a custom custom one? Is it just /roll deeper it?
Yep.
Nice. Perfect.
Alright, you get 1 command point. Now, Ekashiba, you are up. Amov, you alive?
Yeah, hang on. I'm just looking for blitz forms. You know what? I'm just gonna punch the commander.
Alright. Remember that you have a boon. Oh, and you crit. So, I believe you have the light progression. So let me. Oh, 27 minus 13. Okay. When doing damage, roll 4 extra effort. And remember, the weapon damage, the amount of weapon damage dice is doubled.
So 2d6? Oh god.
Yep, 2d6 plus 4d4. Oh, this is gonna hurt. $13. All right.
That is a disappointing number of ones.
Can I use hold nothing back to let them re-roll that if they want?
Yeah. You are still going to have to pay up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Worth it.
So let's see. Hold nothing
Worth
back.
it.
So you can. So Amov, you can re-roll if you want. If the re-roll's worse, no takebacks.
Double or nothing.
Statistically,
Not
it would
gonna
be
get
better.
a lot worse.
That is well below average roll.
Much better.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
All right
However
then.
much stuff for 9 damage.
Mhm.
Sounds good. I think you skipped my turn there.
Yep. Sorry about that. It was a accidental double click on my mouse. So Ben, you are up.
It's fine. I will now continue conventional combat methods and attack Updog.
Not much. How about you? All right.
About 22 to hit.
And that most definitely hits. Let's see.
Ooh, aw ye.
Add 4d4.
Fuck. That did more damage than the base attack.
So you just blasted the thing with Star Rage.
What's up, dog? Not you anymore.
Yeah.
We almost skipped that turn.
So now for the guard, and he's gonna be attempting to attack Aurelian. Are you going to dodge?
Yeah, I'll try and dodge.
Ooh. All right. So roll athletics.
I've done.
It's a 24.
My bad. That's what happens when you
No
end up
worries.
looking everywhere at once. So yeah, that is a successful dodge. So Moglio, you are up.
All right. I'm going to attempt a steal on the captain. Which is a larceny roll.
Yep.
At 9. Ugh.
And that is not going to beat it.
That's a bummer.
I mean, the fact that you can just metaphysically steal someone's capabilities for yourself is impressive,
Yep.
regardless of success.
I practice.
Yeah, doing item steal was not going to be practical for the way the system is built.
Oh god, no.
Mm-mm.
Unless for every monster I put in a specific item drop or odds of item drop, and that just wasn't going to be worth it. Especially since it would get away from the design goal. And then I remembered, wait, in Dissidia NT, Locke could steal attributes, give himself a buff and them a debuff for a few seconds. Let's go with that.
Yeah, no, it's fucking rad.
Yeah.
Plus, it's a bit of a nod to one of my favorite archetypes in Al-Qadim, the Spell Thief.
Spell Thief is just a fantastic concept in general.
Let's
Oh, that's my spell.
imagine
I'll
how
take it.
Yeah, imagine how useless steal is even in some of the video games where the target has nothing to steal.
That's my favorite.
And
So you
I'm
want to
not-
put in there?
just because this is a Final Fantasy RPG does not mean I need to replicate slavishly material from the games. In the same
No,
way
I
that
think you should just double the length of the book by including every possible item outcome.
what next you're going to tell me I need to replicate the way Mix worked in FF10, and that's not happening.
Yes, you should replicate all the things in all the games, especially if they contradict each other.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that you dragged kicking and screaming for a certain monster from Thausia.
I was talked into statting out Absolute Virtue when I was not keen on doing it because I did not want to revisit lingering trauma.
Yeah.
I never passed out from fighting that thing, but I had a few attempts. None of them went well.
I
You
actually
attempted to pass out?
I completed it once and never.
Yeah, Amov, you're cutting out bad.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there, but
Yeah. Did it once, never again.
so it is now the captain's act. Actually, it was the captain's action, but let's see. Now we're at the top of it. And I need to roll a d10. Okay. As the fight is raging on, they ended up getting backup.
Oh boy.
Oh, that looks unpleasant.
So, Aurelian, you are up. And actually, before that, Ben, roll casting for Carbuncle casting Protect Ga.
Okay. That was just a +4, I think, or +1, I forget.
Yep. And I don't know why when I moved your token slightly, Mog, the number didn't go with it. That was weird.
Right.
I think it was a +1 I did last time. Was it a plus?
Yep. So Protect goes off, which means you guys don't have to worry about it going down because it goes right back to 4. And actually, since you rolled 11, nope. It's you can bring up the protection to +6 if you spend 3 MP.
That's probably worth it. I'm not using my MP for anything. Let's just double that, shall we?
All right. So, back to you, Aurelian. What's your move?
Can I do Dragon's Eye? No, actually, no. Forget that. I'll just do a. Can I just Knight's Challenge this dude again?
Can,
Is it-
although...
School.
Alright, so that hits, so roll damage. And remember to add an additional damage die. So the captain has been demoted as you do a run by slashing. But as the captain is defeated, you do see off in the distance a massive behemoth, one that looks about the size of a smaller kaiju like Anguillus. So when it rears up, it looks like it's 25 feet tall, about the size of Grandpa Gundam.
About the size of Cerberus too, by the sounds of things.
Mm-hmm. But just as it is about to launch its attack, you see the skies darken and part as a massive stone falls on the army.
Yes, the meteor.
Accompanied with it is a barrage of smaller stones. Basically carpet bombing the enemy. Not only were they able to cast meteor, but also comet a bunch of times.
Great. Now I'm remembering the red comet from Bosnia now.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
And hang on, I need to reload because it should not be playing the battle music when I had you guys move. Sorry about that. The jukebox decided to be odd.
Dramatic.
But after a bit of time, as the enemy army retreats, you're able to recover and help out the wounded on the battlefield. Eventually returning to Cerberus, who looks at you with a bit of kindness, simply stating, We've won the battle, but not the war. But I thank you for your assistance in holding the line. You all performed admirably. And he looks at Aurelian specifically and says, "Please extend your hand, if you would."
Aurelian extends his hand and says,
ugly.
He stares right at you, and as he does, a black medallion appears to manifest in your hand. The medallion's about the size of a adult's fist. It clearly has a bit of weight to it. It looks like it was made out of a very rough carving of metal. The medallion has several runes on it, but also has a symbol representing Cerberus and the fortress behind him. He simply said, and Cerberus looks at you all and says, "Take that sigil. It will represent the valor that you have shown to me. Rest assured, would-be adventurers, I will be watching your careers with particular interest. I will see you on the battlefield, whether this one or another. Good luck, soldiers." And as soon as he finishes speaking, there is a flash of light as you all find yourselves right back in that same battlefield. The mist seems to have dissipated somewhat, and it looks like from the position of the sun, only a few hours have passed.
Got that done in the first day of the week.
Huh?
Despite
Well,
how
that's a
long
no
you were
to...
in...
No, you can continue.
Despite how long you were in that grotto, in the real world, only a short time has passed.
Well, although the medallion was probably what we were after, it's a shame that he didn't reward us by riding on the giant dog's back through the battered wasteland. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, that would have.
Perhaps, but he does have a gate to
Agreed.
guard. But even though you're back in the real world, the medallion is still in Aurelian's hand.
Well, I guess it's time to
Well, I
head
think
back.
this is what we were looking for.
Yep.
All right. So, guess we head back to the academy.
Yep. Where did we leave those chocobos?
They're not far from where you were. They're exactly where you left them because one of them is loyal to its rider, and the other ones are not going to move unless they are told to. But as you do head back, it's very clear not a whole lot of time has passed, as if time within one of the grottos is not the same as time in the real world. But taking the path backwards is a pretty easy thing. It's not hard to retrace your steps. And of course, there are plenty of roads going in and out of the school that you can take advantage of. as you approach the gates, all but one of you has to leave the chocobo you rented back at the stables, though you are commended for bringing the thing back with no scratches or anything like that.
Not taking it with you into the Hell Dimension is useful for that sort of thing.
Speak for yourself.
But eventually, you head back into the prospect zone of the Greater Academy, and straight back into the office. At which point, the woman, Miss Rodrigo, is still there. Well, you guys came back quick. I wasn't expecting anybody to come back for at least a day. I sincerely hope you didn't come back empty-handed.
I gestured to Aurelian. No, we did not.
Aurelian just kind of shows the medallion.
So you ended up surviving the war with Cerberus.
Yeah, real flashy too.
So tell me, what was it like being in that endless battlefield of his?
Horrifying?
I was happy that the giant rock falling from the sky was ours.
Giant rocks. That's different.
We had to summon a meteor to start a counterattack or something. Or their mages had to. We were just playing interference.
That certainly sounds like him. If you look around certain battlefields or certain fortresses, it's not uncommon to find images of Cerberus as a personification of those who would guard. It's even more common to see images of him being distributed to rank and file soldiers. But while I'm at it, did you happen to come across a man in black?
Yeah.
And his horse too.
I see. A bit of advice. If you see that man and he challenges you, run. You are not ready for him.
Anyone know who that person is?
There is one Eidolon who still chooses to walk the world if he sees fit. That Eidolon is the warrior of the dark, Odin. There's been plenty of reports of him over the years, showing up around battlefields and in the untamed wilderness to challenge those who believe themselves strong warriors. Most people who answer his challenge don't come back. I once saw someone thinking that their fights had made them invincible, and challenged Odin directly. The fight lasted only 3 seconds. One strike of Odin's sword, and the man was dead. And Odin just looked at the body disappointingly. That was the last I ever saw of him.
Gulp.
It's possible
All right.
that he's looking for a worthy challenge, and has been consistently disappointed. I think the only reason he didn't try and strike against me is because I didn't challenge him. Nor did I answer his challenge.
Well, at least he's fair.
There
I
is
guess not
certainly
me.
that. Of course, I've seen some reports that that isn't even Odin himself, but rather one of his yokai. Which, if that's the case, that'd be the first yokai that's shown up in quite a while. She looks at Ben for a moment and says, "Given you're a practitioner of the summoning arts, I think you know full well what impact a yokai can have."
I have a hunch. One that I don't intend on confirming anytime soon.
And out of character for the rest of you, I will note a yokai is someone who directly channels an eidolon using their own body as a catalyst.
Interesting.
I see.
Thus manifesting a fusion of themselves and the eidolon that they're calling, as opposed to just calling a echo of that eidolon through summoning. In other words, there's a major gap between an eidolon that appears through a summon and one that appears via being a avatar through a yokai.
Though it appears when you are a yokai, there are certain taboos that you cannot perform when you're summoning a certain eidolon.
Yep. But that will, if he showed up, that will have to be investigated. For now, though, give me one moment to call in a few people. She says she snaps her fingers, and several men in tailors' uniforms appear. These people here will handle you from now, because you'll need to be measured for your outfit.
Outfit?
Yeah. We want to make sure your uniform fits.
We are now students of the academy. That was what we were trying to do, right?
He immediately has this big old dumb puppy dog smile on his face.
Yeah. Each of them takes you into a different room that is clearly a fitting room, and has you properly measured. Even Aurelian has a outfit set up, and just so you guys can get a feel for things, this, which I'm going to be zooming in, is the outfit design for Agito Arcanum.
very fancy.
Ooh, asymmetrical.
Mhm. Now the images here have
Very
multiple
pretty.
gold cords, but yours only have not cords, chains. Your uniforms only have one.
You have to earn the
An
right to get
indicator
tangled
of
up
standing, I imagine.
earn the right to get tangled up in your own clothing.
Um, the gold chains represent how many years you've been a student, or what grade you are. You guys are first years, so you have only one chain.
Makes sense.
Now, as far as the house symbol, Moglio's outfit has House Hermes. Ekashiba's has House Titan. Aurelian also has House Titan, and Ben has House Odin.
Oddly on brand.
Ooh.
But after you guys get changed, you are led to a massive auditorium-like room. At which point it becomes clear that you're standing on a stage with only a handful of other students in the same uniform. There were about 100 you would guess who are on the train with you. On stage, there's only 20.
This is at the end of the week, or this is still just the start of the...
This is at the end of the week. It took a few days for
Okay.
all the ones to either come back or fail. There weren't any fatalities, but a lot of people could not pass the test with the Eidolon.
80% turnover isn't too bad. I was expecting worse.
But after a bit, you end up seeing that same blue-haired woman step forward. It's hard to know whether or not she teleported in, or if she was always there and nobody didn't notice. But she simply states, ladies and gentlemen of our esteemed guests and fellow students." She says, as you notice the crowd that's seated, which seems to have various merchants, suppliers, representatives from the different countries, and your soon-to-be fellow students. She says, "My name is Sidra Rodrigo, the 154th person to inherit the title of Cid. As headmistress of this esteemed academy and one of the four high seats, I stand before you all at the precipice of a new year. Times have been challenging, what with rising tensions between old foes, and the threat of monsters, with the increase in out of place areas showing up within the untamed parts of the world. In this kind of strife, the presence of adventurers is more needed than ever. And it is with my great pleasure that I introduce you the newest crop of would-be adventurers, ones whose names may be engraved on that wall right behind you," as she points to what looks like a massive mural. with thousands of names written on it in different languages. It's clear that that each of the names on that are graduates of the school. One day, the people standing behind me will carve their name into that wall. But until that day, I ask that you welcome them all as the newest students of Agito Arcanum. As she finishes speaking, she presents the lot of you as the crowd gives you applause. So yeah, the person who was overseeing your trial was actually one of the heads of the school.
Well, that was nice of her to hang around with such noobs.
But as the reception continues, it is clear that you all have taken the first step on what may be a legendary journey. But that is a story for another day, because that is where we're going to wrap up this particular one-shot.
Woo.
So, I know there were some stumbling points, but what did you guys think of this particular adventure?
I like it.
No,
Definitely
fun.
work on my.
It does have the Final Fantasy feel to it, for sure.
That it definitely does.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there were a few spots I could have expanded, especially the combat part, which was meant to be this protracted siege. However, that would extend things a lot further, and I'd probably only do that if I had a party of 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would definitely run past the allotted time for this one shot here.
But
It would be pretty awesome, though.
no, not bad for. I set a range of about 3 to 4 hours, so I think I accomplished that goal. But
Just about.
with that said, that will wrap it up for this particular affair. I will be back here tomorrow for Reflections of Gaia, talking more about the universe of Anima Beyond Fantasy. And, in my opinion, doing a better job than William SRD did.
Isn't that how it always is?
And, of course, I will be doing another one of these one-shots next month with a different crop of folk. But to all of you, thank you for braving time zone hell for this, as well as taking the plunge with a game none of you have played before.
Well, it helps that most of it is pre-programmed in, and you set up the characters for us. So.
Yeah, made it very accessible.
Yeah, I did the best I could, and obviously since this was a one-shot, I was going to be using pre-gens. But there's a wide variety of character building possibilities in the full book.
Oh god, there is. So many. Oh yes, you have 3 classes, and how many to choose from? All of them. Jesus. Combinations.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, helps me feel comfortable knowing the system when I'm on Chrome for sure.
Yeah. But I think one of the big takeaways recently has been that one comment that was in my server about how in some games you only get a few actions at the start, and this one you've got a variety of potential actions to go with even at low levels.
Mhm.
Yep. I was definitely spoiled for choice, I can say that much.
Mm-hmm. It also means, and while there's been some debate about this, the whole basic fighter thing is, I won't say full-on impossible, but very difficult to do.
Well, you
always
could do it
got
by
some
ignoring
subclass
everything.
going for you.
Look at all these options. I'm going to ignore all of them. Oh yeah.
At that point, that's a player issue. And
Yes.
probably one that's going to piss off the rest of the table.
Maybe pick all the ones that hurt yourself.
Mhm. But, as always, a sincere thanks to everyone who took the time out of their schedule to come on and enjoy the madness. And there will be plenty more where that came from, as there always is here, on the open bar of the internet. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.